Хората искаха да дам мнението си за случилото си в Пловдив. Аз много отдавна ги говоря тези работи, въпреки че сега като издадох биография, не съм я писал аз. Хора, които даже съм се опитвал да им помагам, като Иван Тренев и там други, не ги знам, аз да бях убил човек, нямаш да лая толкова. Аз искам да ги питам, къде бяхте всички, къде сте всички, когато ме запорират? Его в момента Ловешкия съд от 9 поискани запора на стойност над 110-20 хиляди евро, одобриха 8. На човек, който не съм му виждал очите. За клевета. Над 200 хиляди лева одобриха и целият съд знае за какво става въпрос и целият Ловешки съд мамачка. Но Пазарския отказа, въпреки че он е оттървал срока, Шумен трябва да лишат. Мачка ни тотално. Къде сте? Що не казвате нищо, бе? Всички там, дет. Аз съм буклука. Значи, когато ти издавах една книга, бе. И аз направих престъпление. Всички ти зейнаха, плюят, храчат, при положение, че аз точно от години говоря за тези проблеми с младите и от години го предрекох, че ще се случи. Че ще стане като на Запад. Че той ще стане ежедневие. Все още не е, но ще стане. И причините са такива, като той хубавец и другите там интелигентни хал-хабер нямат. Значи банга-ранга е по-добре на парада. Аз съм написал книга как съм се запознал с жена си, за прабаба си, за дядо си, как сме били на бригади, как сме тренирали. Аз направих евати престъплението. Виждате ли как всички деца правят се от народа? Нас не имат за пасмина. И ние сме за тях пасмина.
Творение. Wow, Draga saved the day! Удовлетворение. It's a very long word.
Yeah, I mean, I have the similar удовлетворение.
So what happened?
I heard just 3 different words about flat, order.
No, the thing is that we break it down. When it's a long word, it's easier to break it down into syllables, so that
I tried to pronounce 3 different words for you.
How was it again?
Удовлетворение.
Удовлетворение.
Yes. I think we might all have a similar word in our languages. It means satisfaction, yes. Okay, well, it is a hard word. They chose the hard words, it's not me, I'm sorry.
I mean, before the Finnish word, I didn't even have a small guessing what they're talking about, but I have the similar word in my language, so it's like, how?
It's not about guessing, just repeating what anyone else is saying, so.
They're struggling more than I thought. Oh, I think they're gonna struggle. Бял братвеж на бял бряг. Okay, бял братвеж на бял бряг. Even I am struggling saying that. Okay, this is a tongue twister, so brace yourself. Бял братвеж на бял бряг. It's 5 words.
Бял братвеж на бял
Бряг.
бряг.
Бряг. Yeah.
Бряг.
The second word is the difficult one because бял you have 2 times.
Бял братвеж на бял бряг.
Бял.
Братвеж
Бритвеж.
на
На.
бял
Бял.
бряг.
Бряг.
This is gonna be crazy.
Бял. Бритвеж.
Бля.
Бял. Бритвеж. Бял. На.
Бля бритвеж на
Бряг.
бля бритнеш на брай бряг.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Okay, hear me out. I don't know. Бля бритнеш на бля.
It sounds like cursing.
I know what it means. No, it's not that. Бля бритнеш на бля бреск.
It's a tongue twister, though you should know it's not one word.
Yeah, I understand 2 parts maybe. British,
Бритнеш.
British, Na, bra, na,
Na bral.
na bral, bresk. I'm starting to swearing right now. I mean, it sounds like
Bjar britnesh na bjar bresk.
na, bra, bresk.
That took a long time, guys.
Bra, brites, na, bra, bresk. I'm sorry.
Bra british.
Bra, brites, na, bre, bresk.
Okay, this one took a long time. Bra british na bre bresk.
Is that supposed to be a tongue twister?
And I haven't heard it before, actually.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, from all the ones I know.
No, even when we did the Serbian one, they just made a sentence that was a tongue twister, but doesn't exist. Like it's not a usual one. So
But in that case, yeah, it will be
just
difficult
think of
for me to
some
use.
words that sound similar that could be made into a tongue twister.
Well, brat, maybe brother. That's the only. Brat. That's the thing. Only the first word makes sense.
Think of maybe also not R, maybe blah.
Just any guess. Just take a wild guess. There's no way you can get it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
That was so interesting because you turned Bulgarian into a totally new language. So the sentence is Bjal bratvesh na bjal bryak.
I don't even have these sounds.
So it means white talking on a white beach. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not very popular at all. Yeah.
This one went wrong on me. I'm sorry. Like I can actually.
This is the moment police realized they were talking to a soulless monster, because this is Jamie, and she was a drunk driver, and she got exposed for acting like a spoiled brat after a horrific crash that took someone's life that she caused.
I just want to like get it over with and go home.
Right now we're in. Just hang out.
I can call my dad.
Not right now. You can, but not now.
But what did I do? Nobody has any proof of anything that I did.
Okay.
So give me the right to call my dad.
So this happened back in April of 2023 in Folly Beach, South Carolina. And if Jamie Komorowski's name sounds familiar, it's because this case was basically everywhere when this all first happened. Because that night, 34-year-old Samantha Miller had just married Eric Hutchinson. They had their whole ceremony, they had their reception, and at around 10 p.m., they were all riding in a street-legal golf cart home, going about 25 miles an hour, a little bit less than that because that was the speed limit. But then, out of nowhere, comes Jamie going 65 miles an hour and wrecks into them from behind. So, as you can imagine, the golf cart flew, it rolled and went about 100 yards, it said, and it slung every person out of that golf cart. 3 people on the golf cart were seriously injured, and unfortunately, the bride lost her life just hours after getting married. And Samantha, who was the bride, was still wearing her wedding dress. I mean, this is just something straight out of a horror movie, and it really just reminds you how fragile life really is. But obviously, when police got to the scene, they needed to figure out what just happened, and this brings us to this newly released body cam footage, because Jamie was just completely overwhelmed with what she was seeing. At one point, she was looking towards the wreckage screaming, "Is she okay? Is she okay?"
Your name is Jamie, right? Okay, I'm Sergeant Halpern. Do you remember what happened?
I was driving and then all of a sudden something hit me and I was just
Which way were you going?
towards my house.
Okay, where's your house?
819 Amos Court.
You have any drink tonight?
No.
You
I had 2 drinks. 1 beer and 1 drink.
How long ago?
That would probably be about an hour. I just want to like get it over with and go home.
Right now we're in. Just hang
I
out.
can call my dad.
Not right now. You can, but not now.
And then you have the police, which is just trying to manage this entire scene while Jamie's standing there screaming and crying. But pretty quickly, officers start asking Jamie some serious questions. Hey, were you drinking? Well, apparently. And that's where things go from just horrifying to anyone would be upset from seeing this footage. Because Jamie told police that she had a beer and a pineapple tequila drink about an hour before this crash. She also reportedly tells them that I didn't do anything wrong. And when she was asked what she remembers happening, her version was basically that she was driving and then suddenly someone hit her out of nowhere. And I don't know about you, but that's a pretty wild way to describe driving drunk going 65 miles an hour in a 25. And at this point, police still need to determine if Jamie was impaired or not. And at this point, Jamie makes that process as painful and hard as possible. And this is where we really start to see how intoxicated Jamie really is. Because police ask her to take field sobriety tests, but Jamie refuses. She also refuses to take a breath test. And when an officer asked her to rate how impaired she feels on a scale from 1 to 10, Jamie responds, I would like a lawyer right now, please, honestly. Obviously, she does have every right in the world to do that. But then police say that she's being arrested for a DUI. And that's where things start to flip, because her response is, how do you know? Ma'am, you just admitted to drinking and you wrecked into a golf cart sending it 100 yards going 40 miles an hour over the speed limit. It's pretty clear you were drinking. So I think maybe they just had a few clues. But Jamie seems to be genuinely confused about why she was being arrested. And then her attention turns to something that is apparently very important. She needs to call her dad. So Jamie reportedly asks officers over and over again if she can call him. And when they tell her that she can't do that right now, she starts arguing. And at one point, police even tell her, please just put your feet inside of the vehicle, but she just keeps on arguing. She just wants to know, why can't she call her dad? Why is she being arrested? As if it's not very obvious. And obviously, remember what's happening around her as all this is going down. A literal horror scene. The dude's worst nightmare. Imagine having your best night of your life, and out of nowhere, some selfish woman who couldn't get a simple Uber almost you and the love of your life. I can't even imagine the nightmare he's currently going through. Meanwhile, she's acting like a spoiled brat here. Like, you have Samantha over here laying on the ground in her wedding dress, and Jamie is mad and upset because she can't call her daddy. Like, are you serious? But eventually, officers finally take her away from the scene. But the tantrum does absolutely not end in the back of the police car, and somehow things just get even more obnoxious. But then, Jamie gets to the police station, and she makes it very clear that she doesn't want to be there. Well, maybe you should have thought about that before you decided to drive drunk. Do you know what is so much cheaper than taking someone's life and spending years behind bars? Getting an Uber. But regardless, at first, she doesn't want to sit down. Then she starts crying and saying, I just want to get it over with. I just want to go home. Okay, again, should have thought about that before you drunk drove. And then once again, she just wanted to call her dad. And then she started saying that they had no right to arrest her and they hadn't proved anything, as if she wasn't just pulled out of a wreckage. And then obviously, I don't need to re-describe how horrific the scene was. And at some point, an officer just gets really tired of her attitude and goes, hey, you're an adult and you're crying on camera. And that really sets her off, because that's when Jamie actually notices, oh wait, there's cameras in this room. So that's when she decides to address him directly.
Oh, hi, camera. Yeah, I'm crying because he's not letting me call my father, even though they haven't proven and don't have any right for me not to be able to contact my family or anyone that I want to. So yeah, hello, I'm crying and ooh, I'm being just a little baby.
Jamie, for once tonight, we agree. She's acting like a child. I mean, this woman is 25 years old and she's throwing a full-blown temper tantrum because she can't call her daddy. This is so bad, especially after everything that she did. But eventually, the police would get something that Jamie really didn't want them to have: her blood alcohol level, because that number makes everything so much more ridiculous. Because when Jamie refused to give the police a breath sample, she was taken to the medical university in South Carolina, where her blood was drawn. And when the results came back, she tested at a 0.261. Yeah, the legal limit in South Carolina is 0.08. So she's over 3 times the legal drinking limit at the time of testing. And that gives a little bit more perspective to the how you even know conversation that we're having earlier. And police also determined that that night she was going about 65 miles an hour on a road where the speed limit was 25 miles an hour. And then there's another detail from that night that just didn't make sense whatsoever, because Jamie apparently told an officer that she was on her way home, but she was driving the opposite direction of her home. So maybe in her head she was thinking she was going home, but I guess she was just too intoxicated to drive home. So at this point in time, we have someone who's over 3 times the blood alcohol limit to be able to drive, and then she's going the wrong way, claiming that she's going home, and she's going 40 miles an hour over the speed limit, and then on top of everything, she doesn't even see the golf cart and slams into them. So yeah, it obviously gets a whole lot worse when all the signs are pointing that she was actually going to another bar. I mean, she was going everywhere that night except for home, and driving herself.
Komorowski began bar hopping along Folly Beach around 7:50, where security footage shows her arriving at the drop-in bar. Video shows Komorowski taking shots and drinking with a table of other people. Receipts show Komorowski purchased 2 tequila sodas, a beer, and a drink at the drop-in. Next, Komorowski stopped at Snapper Jack's, where receipts show that she bought a vodka drink before her final stop at the Crab Shack with a tequila drink purchase. Komorowski then drove in the opposite direction of her home, heading east on East Ashley Avenue and traveling around 40 miles over the speed limit.
So it's safe to say, I mean, the consequences of her actions are awful. I mean, I can't believe that she literally destroyed a family. She destroyed an entire family that night because she couldn't call for a rideshare app. What a pathetic brat. So the husband here, Arik Hutchinson, he suffered from a brain injury and broke numerous bones and also needed multiple reconstructive surgeries. 2 relatives were also riding with them in the golf cart, and they also were injured. And then, of course, Samantha was gone just hours after marrying Arik. His mother later described what happened at the hospital in a GoFundMe, saying that I was handed Arik's wedding ring in a plastic bag at the hospital 5 hours after Sam placed it on his finger and they read each other their vows. Arik has lost the love of his life.
Dude, this is heavy. I am so sorry.
And I guess if you're watching Jamie in this new released footage and thinking, okay, maybe she hasn't processed what really happened, I mean, I can kind of understand that argument, because obviously she was extremely intoxicated. The crash had just happened, but then the jailhouse phone call started. And by the time those calls happened, Jamie had had plenty of time to process what happened and sober up, because Jamie was, for the most part, seemingly only worried about herself. So 2 days after the crash, Jamie was on the phone with her dad from jail. So I guess she finally got to talk to her dad. And at this point, she knew that Samantha did not survive, and she also knew that Arik and others had been seriously injured. And she also knew that she was facing some extremely serious charges here. But according to Jamie, she can't believe this is her life, and she's asking, why me?
I just don't know why this had to happen to me. I don't want to go to prison for 15 years when all of this is done, and I can just be happy. That just makes me scared that the media is so involved in it. Why are they so involved in it?
Because it sells newspapers. That's why, baby.
But that's not going to help me. Oh my God, it's going to be so bad when I get out. Everybody's going to be so mean to me.
And how are you doing, baby?
I'm filled with
How are you, honey?
and remorse. I'm filled with regret and remorse. I wish I knew if I was going to get a bond or not.
I don't know. Why did you do that? Were you hoping to win the drunk driving lottery here? Is that what was going on? And the grand prize there is absolutely nothing? I'm just so dumbfounded. It's the thing is with drunk driving, especially if you take someone's life while drunk driving, that should be pretty premeditated. You are actively driving yourself to a location to drink, and then after drinking, you are then actively getting in your car and driving. You are very aware that you are drunk driving. But in another jail call released in 2023, Jamie reportedly tells her dad, "I'm just scared, Dad. I don't want to go away for so long. I don't want to go to prison for 15 years. I don't think I'm a threat to society at all, and I am not." And then she says, "I still just don't know why this had to happen to me." I mean, again, you did this to yourself. You did this to this family. I'm kind of dumbfounded that she doesn't understand this. And also, I understand wanting to comfort your daughter when she's facing something horrible, but this wasn't some random bad thing that happened to Jamie. No, she very much so did this to herself. Again, she made the decision to drive to wherever she decided to drink. She made the decision to drink, and then she made the decision to get back into her car and drive to wherever else. And again, according to investigators, she drove 65 miles an hour down a road with a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. If anything, the person that should be asking, why me, is Arik here, because he had zero control of that. When you get on a public road in the US, you have a certain amount of trust that the person driving on the road with you isn't completely drunk and won't just you. And I mean, that's your civic duty as a driver. If you're driving, you can't be distracted and you can't be drunk. You would think that would be easy, but apparently not, because we have way too many drunk driving accidents in the US. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, it happens around the world, but it seems it really happens often in the US. But finally, in December 2024, Jamie pleaded guilty to felony DUI resulting in a death, 2 counts of felony DUI causing great bodily injury, and reckless homicide. And at her sentencing hearing, Eric Hutchinson got to tell the court what his life had looked like since that night. And remember, Eric didn't just lose Samantha, he survived the crash himself with a brain injury, numerous broken bones, and injuries that required multiple surgeries. And he told the court that he still thinks about that night every single night.
On the golf cart, she told me she didn't want the night to end. And I kissed her on the forehead. And then the next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. I see my mom's face, still wearing the wedding dress from the night before, and I knew instantly. That's why I asked for Sam. I knew she wasn't there.
So while Jamie spent all of those jail calls wondering how many years she was going to get, Arik was sitting there realizing that his entire life had just been ripped away from him. And Samantha's family spoke as well. Her father, Brad Warner, made it pretty clear that he was not interested in hearing any apology. He told Jamie, "The rest of my life, I'm going to hate you. And when I arrive in hell and you come there, I will open the front door for you." And when it was finally Jamie's turn to speak, she sounded very different from the woman in that police station that night. She told the court that she had realized that she was addicted to alcohol and admitted that she had ignored how her actions could affect other people. She said she is ashamed and is sorry. She also said that she wanted to spend her life helping people struggling with addiction and warning others about drinking and driving. And the judge ultimately handed Jamie the maximum sentence of the most serious charge, 25 years in prison. And that 25 years in prison is actually a little bit more complicated than what it first sounds, because Jamie received 25 years for felony DUI resulting in death. She also received 15 years for each of the 2 felony DUI charges involving great bodily injury and 10 years for a reckless homicide. But all those sentences kind of get served at the same time, so she gets a maximum of 25 years. And almost immediately, her attorneys try to get that number reduced, because just days after the sentencing, they asked the judge to reconsider, arguing that Jamie's punishment was harsher than sentences handed down to some similar DUI cases. But as of August 2026, when I'm recording this video, that sentence has not changed. So records now show that she is not eligible for parole, and her expected release date is April 24th, 2045. And on top of that, there's also an entirely separate fight happening in civil court, because Arik sued Jamie and several businesses connected to the alcohol that she consumed that night. The lawsuit included Folly Beach bars like the Crab Shack, the Drop-In Bar, and Deli and Snapper Jacks. Apparently, Taco Boy, where Jamie had been employed, was also initially involved in the lawsuit, but was later dropped from the case. So by December 2025, the final settlement had been approved, and Jamie's insurance provider agreed to pay $160,000, while settlements involving the bars totaled more than $863,000. But obviously, none of that money will get his health back. So just that one moment of Jamie getting into the car drunk destroyed her life and multiple other families' lives. But legally, I guess between the guilty plea, the prison sentence, and the civil settlements, this case was basically settled until August of 2026, this month. Because more than 3 years after that night, police footage that the public had never seen before was just released. And suddenly, everyone was watching Jamie sitting in that police station yet again. Except everyone knows what she did here, so it was just even more infuriating to sit and watch her go, nobody has any proof of anything that I did.
Why don't I have the right to call my dad? Why?
Because they already explained it.
Why? No, tell me right now, why? Why? I haven't been charged for anything.
They're under arrest.
For what? For what? For what?
Right now you're under arrest for felony driving under the influence.
Oh, really?
Right, yeah.
Do you have the proof of that?
We are going to get the proof.
Oh, you're going to get the proof. So give me a phone so I can call my dad.
Stop.
I want to call my dad.
Stop. You're making this so much worse for yourself.
Really?
You are.
I want to call my dad. You don't have proof of anything. So give me a phone so I can call my dad.
Yeah, it hit differently, which is why this story went even more viral just this month. And believe it or not, the clips that are going viral are really only a small part of this footage. And as the night continues, Jamie apparently started rambling. According to NJ.com, she goes on tangents about her background, her genetics, her pets, and even her favorite foods, all while repeatedly saying that she just wants to leave and complaining that she can't call her dad. The part that's really sticking with me is even after she sobered up, she's still sitting there like, I can't believe this happened to me. You did this to yourself and you did this to that family. There were multiple people that night that had something unimaginable happen to them, and it wasn't Jamie. So please take this video as just a massive PSA. Do not drink and drive. The TikTok singer and songwriter who was arrested and charged for the horrific crimes against a 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez recently finished his 5-day preliminary trial. And I guess you could say, just when we thought the story couldn't get any worse, yeah, way more disturbing evidence came out. So I don't think it's a shocker to say it's not looking good for the 21-year-old singer and songwriter who I guess retired himself early. I mean, it is pretty much safe to say the dude's life as he knows it is over. And this is just such a disgusting tragedy, such an avoidable tragedy.
From Dyson Swarm to Comet Apocalypse, it's been 10 years since the discovery of Tabby Star, and we finally have a leading contender to explain the strangest known star in the galaxy. Before we get started, a couple of quick announcements. First, we have some new data. Liking and commenting you somewhere. Our star will let you know more at the end of the episode. The galaxy swarms with worlds. Almost every one of the hundreds of billions of stars in the Milky Way boasts a system of multiple planets. Some may be much like the Earth. We know this because the Kepler mission has clocked the minuscule but extremely regular darkening of thousands of stars due to their planets passing in front of them. It's the regularity of these transits that tells us that the shadow is caused by the repeated orbit of a planet. So, what do we make of a light curve like this? You've probably seen this before. It's the light curve of KIC 8462854, better known as Tabby Star after its discoverer, Tabitha Boyajian. These dips are not due to planets. They're not regular in either repetition or depth. Sometimes up to 20% of the star's light is somehow blackened. For a while, Tabby Star became one of astronomy's greatest mysteries. What could possibly be causing these shadows? It inspired explanations ranging from swarms of comets to giant ring systems, and even a brief fascination with the possibility of alien engineering. The galaxy's strangest star then dropped out of the headlines in the decades since, but astronomers continued to study it intensely. Observation after observation, some hypotheses were ruled out and others bolstered. And just last month, a new paper came out that may have found a hidden object in orbit around Tabby Star. Not the thing making the shadows, the thing making the shadow makers. The Kepler mission worked so well because planets are extremely predictable and therefore so are the shadows they cast. Planets are very round objects following pretty round orbits. We see tiny but consistent dips in their host star's light exactly once per orbit when they pass in front, for the small fraction of stars whose planetary systems happen to be aligned to allow such a transit from our perspective. The time between dips gives the orbital period, the duration of the dips gives the speed of motion, the depth of the dip and the duration of the dip's onset gives the size of the planet, and together this is enough to pretty thoroughly characterize the world. All of that from its shadows, its very clean and distinctive shadows. But the shadows over Tabby Star are far from clean or distinctive, and are certainly not from simple planets. Now, Kepler also worked really well because it's supremely specialized, a camera designed to detect the minuscule dimming of a star out to a few thousand light years with a field of view to monitor over 150,000 stars over its 5-year primary mission. But specialization comes at a cost, and one of the costs was that Kepler's pictures are all black and white. More technically, it had a single filter, and so there was no way to collect spectral or color information. That's okay, because when a planet passes in front of a star, it blocks all light equally and spectral information isn't that useful. A planet is as opaque to blue light as it is to red light. We call such color-independent dimming achromatic or grey. The same should be true of any solid opaque object causing the shadow. That includes a planetary ring system whose icy particles are large enough to block all light they intercept, and certainly most technological structures that we can imagine. But not everything casts a grey shadow. Some absorption is chromatic. The darkening depends on the wavelength of light. For example, Earth's atmosphere blocks short wavelengths of light more easily, blue more easily than green, more easily than red. That scattered blue light gives us our blue daytime sky, and the increased path through the atmosphere during sunset increasingly saps shorter wavelengths, reddening the setting sun. We also see this effect out there in the universe, and the most common type of chromatic absorption is due to tiny particulates, heavy elements blasted out by dying stars that have congealed into tiny grains. In other words, by dust. Obscuration by dust was another leading contender for the shadows over Tabby's star. And here at last we have a real way to test a hypothesis. Planets, giant ring systems, Dyson swarms should produce grey absorption, dust should produce chromatic absorption. In 2018, the Boyajian team published new observations of the star in which they showed that the dimming is indeed stronger at shorter wavelengths, just as you'd expect from giant clouds of dust passing in front of the star. Yep, dust. After years of speculation, you'd be forgiven if you were disappointed at the apparent ordinariness of this explanation. But there's a reason we never ever see dust absorption around stars like Tabby's. In fact, astronomers were as perplexed as ever. That's because dust can never just sit there near an active star. The pressure of the stellar radiation will quickly sweep away or destroy the tiny grains. Now, we do see thick dust around some stars. Very young stars are often surrounded by leftover material from their formation, but that dust is quickly blasted away early in the star's life. And very old stars can eject dust in their final phases, but that dust only persists because it's constantly being replenished. Tabby's star is neither young nor old. It's a regular main sequence star, about 40% more massive than the Sun, and is in the prime of its life. The leftover dust of its birth should be long gone, and it isn't producing dust itself, and yet it's been showing these strange, varying dust shadows for years. So where does the stuff come from? That's now the mystery. The dust must be replenished from somewhere, but from where? And how? Let's return to good old Sol for some inspiration. Our solar system does have a source of new dust, from comets. Way out beyond Neptune are debris fields that stretch a third of the way to the nearest stars. There, frozen chunks of material left over from the Sun's formation drift through the darkness on vast orbits that can take millions of years. But now and then, one of these objects will find its way to the inner solar system. There, it becomes a comet. It begins to melt in the increasing solar radiation and sheds a long tail of water vapor and, guess what? Dust. When it was trapped in ice, that dust had been protected from radiation. But once freed, it forms a streak of material, a cometary tail, that persists only until it's dispersed by solar radiation. Now, this happens only rarely. Objects out in the vast Oort cloud can be gravitationally nudged by passing stars to fall to the inner solar system. Those in the more nearby Kuiper belt are slowly nudged until they have close encounters with gas giants that can smack them further inwards. On their new elliptical orbits, these comets zip through the inner solar system and then spend between decades and gig years in the outer reaches. It is very rare to find more than one comet in the inner solar system. So, if we want to explain Tabby Star's situation, we need a lot more comets than this. Swarms of them. We need some mechanism that's constantly flinging comets at the star. Now, maybe alien spacecraft are peppering the inner planets to soften them up for an invasion, or maybe to seed the barren planets with enough water to begin terraforming. But much more likely is that there's a massive invisible body that's causing gravitational disruption on a much larger scale than we see in our system. This idea of a hidden gravitational disruptor is reasonably convincing, and the idea has been around for a while. However, a dark mass orbiting a distant star is next to impossible to see. So, how do we test this? In 2019, the Transiting Exoplanet Survey satellite TESS watched Tabby's star for 55 days to study the strange irregular dips. It happened to record a single isolated and unusually symmetric dip during that period. At the time, this was thought to be just a slightly odd dust dip, but over the following few years, researchers failed to produce convincing models that would explain this dip in terms of dust. Then, just this year, a team of researchers led by Cristina Madergo-Fevieres put forward a new proposal. Perhaps this dip is not dust, but rather the dust maker. Perhaps it is exactly the type of planetary transit event that Kepler and TESS were built to discover. In this case, the massive body hypothesized to be fleeing comets at Tabby's star. Let's take a closer look at the intriguing shadow. It blocks only about 1% of the star's light and is just over 20 hours long and seems highly symmetric. This is what planetary transits look like. In fact, had Kepler first seen a simple dip like this rather than the crazy ones, researchers would have immediately guessed planet. It was only in the context of the strange dimming that this wasn't immediately flagged as a likely planet. But when we learned that the crazy dimming is probably due to dust, then the existence of a gravitational disruptor to rain comets down on Tabby star became a prediction, which is why this dip got a second look. The challenge now is that we can't confirm that a planet caused this shadow, at least not yet. Normally, to confirm a planet via the transit method, we need to see 3 transits, 2 full revolutions since the first one. If those 2 transit separations take the same amount of time, then it's a smoking gun for an orbiting planet. Here, we only have 1 transit, so it's only tentatively a planet until 2 more cycles. But not content with waiting potentially years to see if the dip repeats, the team looked backwards in time at old data from Kepler, TESS, and a suite of other monitoring programs for signs of past dips. They found none consistent with the planet, but because of that, they were able to rule out many possible orbits. In fact, they were left with a few orbital periods clustered between 1,000 and 1,300 days as being consistent with no past transit observation. Factoring in the 20-ish day duration of the transit to get the actual planet speed, this gives an orbital period of 3.3 years and an orbital radius of something like 2.5 times Earth's, placing it between Mars and Jupiter in our solar system. From the 1.1% dimming it causes, it should be around 70% larger than Jupiter in size, and that is a huge planet. Earlier, we were talking about comets coming from the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud. Now, this star is 43% more massive than the Sun and probably has a commensurately larger Oort cloud, too big to feel the gravity of a planet that close to the star. However, it's also possible that the system has a much tighter ring of icy debris similar to our Kuiper Belt. If this super Jupiter is massive enough, then perhaps it disrupted outer planet formation, leaving a rich field of debris for it to then throw at the inner solar system. But for that, it would want to be very massive, and as it happens, the next stage of this analysis can not only verify the planet's presence, but also measure its mass. After transits, the next most productive way to find planets is the radial velocity method. A planet doesn't actually orbit its star, it orbits its mutual center of mass with the star. And that star also orbits that same mutual center of mass. Because stars are so much more massive than planets, this mutual orbital point is much closer to the star, often actually inside of it. But stars do still move, or at least wobble, in little circles due to their planets. That motion can be detected by watching for the tiny shift in the wavelengths of the star's light due to the Doppler effect. Now, the team used both old and new spectroscopic data to find evidence of that wobble. It's especially difficult with Tabby star because the star itself is rapidly rotating, which causes additional Doppler smearing of its light. However, the team were able to find a tentative Doppler signature that's consistent with the orbital parameters that they had found for this gravitational disruptor. And the model that best fit the radial velocity analysis gives a ridiculously massive planet 10 times that of Jupiter. That's encouraging if we want some gravitational beast that's able to disrupt outer orbits. The radial velocity detection is quite tentative. The confidence is 2.3 sigma, which means there's a 1 in 50 chance that the radial velocity signal was a conspiracy of random noise. It doesn't yet qualify as a sure detection, and so more radial velocity data is needed, but we also need more independent approaches, and we're about to get the capability to measure this stellar wobble in a way that was never before possible. Come December this year, we'll be able to measure the literal change in position of stars as they move in tiny circles due to their planets. The Gaia spacecraft was designed to make the most precise position measurements ever achieved. It operated from 2014 until March this year, and we've already learned an insane amount about the positions and motions of Milky Way stars, but perhaps the most ambitious and most difficult measurement it will make is of what we call astrometric wobble of a star due to its planets. And in December, the Gaia team will have completed the highest level of their data processing for the first 5.5 years of the survey, and will release precision astrometry for that period. They expect to discover thousands of exoplanet systems this way. The Tabby star team claims that its astrometric wobble due to this tentative super Jupiter will be visible in this data. If so, the mystery of Tabby's star will be largely put to rest. The star is being eclipsed by evaporating swarms of comets flung inwards by a colossally large planet. And if the planet is not there, well, we keep on thinking and watching and wondering about the strangest star in local space-time. Hey everyone, before you go, we're excited to tell you that the team over at PBS Eons just finished an amazing new TV show and it's available now. Eons Life and Death on Pangaea has everything you love about the YouTube show and way more. The series tells the ultimate story of the supercontinent Pangaea during the Permian period, a time of massive geologic upheaval, full of incredible creatures, which all culminates in the greatest mass extinction in the planet's history. Check out the link in the description to watch.
Hello InfoPerson, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing this really bizarre phenomenon that was recently physically confirmed by observing something out there in outer space. And well, specifically, it's a phenomenon in regards to vacuum. And so, okay, imagine this. Imagine empty space, the absolute nothingness that represents most of the cosmos up there above the atmosphere. Back in school, we were always told that vacuum is just emptiness. But the question is it actually empty? And can it act as something physical, even though it has nothing inside? And well, as you can imagine, based on the study we're discussing today, and based on these observations, the answer seems to be yes. Under the right conditions, the empty space itself starts to behave exactly like a solid, transparent crystal. Not so different from what you see right here. And this crystal starts to bend light, split beams, and even act like a physical lens, despite once again having nothing inside. And though this might sound like science fiction or something that shouldn't happen, based on this groundbreaking study from August 5th of 2026, we now have definitive direct proof of a strange phenomenon referred to as vacuum birefringence, something you can learn more about in the link in the description. And so here, by using a fleet of telescopes on the planet and a giant radio dish in order to observe radio frequencies, approximately 15,000 light years away from us, here a team of astronomers witnessed a very strange effect as the fabric of space itself started to do something that was predicted 90 years ago. It started to physically act like a lens. And so in this video, we're going to discuss exactly how this works and what's happening here, talk about the quantum weirdness of empty space, and discuss how an extremely strong magnetic field can sometimes create very bizarre effects, but also discuss the major implications from this discovery. But in order to understand all of this, we have to start with a definition of what exactly birefringence means. Or basically, what exactly is this optical phenomenon that sometimes is also referred to as double refraction? And while normally when light passes through something transparent, like water or glass, it slows down just a little bit, with the measurement of this slowing down normally referred to as the refractive index. And for a typical material like glass, this type of index is basically the same in every direction. So it doesn't really matter how the light waves are oriented, because they'll all travel at exactly the same speed. But certain crystals, like the calcite crystals, which is what you see right here, are just a little bit different. The proper term for this is anisotropic, and basically that's because of the way that the atoms inside are arranged. They possess a very strict repeating grid that resembles something like this. And here the electrons bound to these atoms are usually held with different strengths in different directions. And while light passing through these crystals, because it's affected by these electrons, tends to be refracted differently depending on the angle. And so as the light wave, which is basically an oscillating electromagnetic field, passes through the crystal, it starts to vibrate some of these electrons, with the vibration then affecting the light. And because electrons are easier to wiggle in one direction compared to other direction, the light wave here is going to experience different refraction depending on the direction it's coming from. And more specifically, we're actually talking about the orientation or polarization of the wave as opposed to the actual angle. And so when unpolarized light enters such a crystal or such a material, it gets split into two separate beams, traveling at slightly different speeds, and also taking slightly different paths. In physics, these are referred to as ordinary ray and extraordinary ray. They basically have slightly different speeds, possibly faster or slower, and can even exit the crystal at an angle, even if it entered completely straight. And so when you look through such a crystal, like in this case, you sometimes see two sets of images. Or even you might see something like this. As a matter of fact, very similar principles are actually used in things like LCD crystals and for various types of scientific instruments involving optical modulation. In other words, when it comes to birefringence, it's quite well known, and there are a lot of examples on the planet. But here we're talking about physical crystals. So how exactly would vacuum produce the same? Here we're talking about space that potentially contains zero crystals, yet somehow it seems to be able to do something very similar. Which means that we now have to discuss the slightly different concept involving quantum mechanics. And so to try to imagine this, we now have to look at the subatomic world, and specifically the quantum electrodynamics, also known as QED, where vacuum is not empty space, but is instead seen as this. A kind of a boiling soup of virtual particles that come into existence and annihilate each other almost right away. And so according to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, there's a fundamental limit to how precisely we can know certain pairs of physical properties at the same time. So for example, if these two pairs are energy and time, the math tells us that here the energy becomes the uncertainty and must always be greater than or equal to a tiny constant. In this case, Planck's constant divided by 2. Okay, ignoring all the math and physics, in a nutshell what this means is that the universe itself allows the energy to be borrowed for a very short moment from the empty space itself, as long as it's returned incredibly quickly. And so because of this, pairs of virtual particles, specifically virtual electrons and positrons, are constantly popping into existence out of absolute nothingness, existing for a tiny fraction of a second, just to crash back, annihilate, and become nothing again, essentially returning their energy to the vacuum. And even though this is not something we can directly see with, for example, a microscope, their cumulative physical effect is actually visible and measurable. For instance, without this cloud of virtual particles, when it comes to the mass and charge of real particles, and specifically the standard electron, the calculations no longer work. As a matter of fact, the mass and charge of an electron calculates to be infinity if it wasn't for these virtual particles. And so here the shielding effect from the quantum vacuum is what gives elementary particles their finite observable mass and charge through the process referred to as renormalization. But all of this is just to help you understand that the cosmos and the vacuum of space is filled with this at all times. Okay, well then the next question is, so how come we don't really see this everywhere, coming from every direction? Well, that's because this effect is super weak. And only certain conditions, such as ridiculously powerful magnetic fields, can sometimes turn this boiling soup into an actual crystal-like structure. And so in a normal environment, these virtual pairs of particles pop in and out of existence in random orientations. So here the vacuum remains isotropic. It behaves the same in every direction. But by introducing ridiculously strong magnetic fields, and here we're talking about something that you can only find around magnetars, something crazy starts to happen. Electrons and positrons forces these particles to now align themselves along the magnetic field lines, despite the fact that once again they only exist for a fraction of a second. And because of this, the vacuum itself suddenly acquires a preferred direction. And that means that if some kind of a light travels through this magnetically polarized vacuum, the electric field inside of this will interact with the light differently depending on the light's orientation. And so because of this interaction, different types of polarized light will travel at different speeds through this empty space, thus creating this birefringence effect in the supermagnetic conditions. But once again, this can only happen if the magnetic field is absolutely astronomical, with the initial predictions in the QED suggesting that this can only happen in the critical threshold, referred to as the Schwinger limit. It's a very big number, so I'm not going to try to say it, but just to give you a comparison, right now in the lab on Earth, the strongest magnet we can make, or the strongest continuous magnetic field we can create, is approximately 45 Tesla in strength. And we need something that's several million times stronger than this in order to reach the Schwinger limit and start to create these effects. So once again, this can only happen around magnetars, or these very extreme neutron stars, usually about 12 kilometers across, with the density so extreme that they form some of the densest matter in the universe. And so compared to a regular star here, this very powerful magnetic field now operates in a very small volume of space, with all of the magnetic field lines compressed tightly together. And in many cases their magnetic field is well above the QED critical Schwinger limit, which potentially makes them a perfect location to observe this vacuum birefringence in action. And while for many years this is exactly what's back in 2016. Here a team of astronomers led by Roberto Mignani used the Very Large Telescope in Chile to measure some of the faint light from a nearby quiet neutron star referred to as RxJ 1856, something that's not too far away from us at 400 light years. As a matter of fact, this is the closest neutron star to planet Earth. And here they seem to have detected a linear polarization, which was very intriguing. It was actually a really interesting result, but because it was so far and because it was so dim, here the overall measurements were very difficult, and the overall models of the neutron star atmosphere were just a little bit uncertain, so it wasn't clear if this was a definitive result or if it was maybe some kind of a miscalculation. Which means that, in order to prove birefringence around neutron stars, researchers had to look at something that's not optical light and something that's maybe higher in energy, for example X-rays, which is exactly what this recent study from 2026 managed to achieve. And here they used a magnetar referred to as 1E1547 that's actually just a little bit unusual because it's one of only a handful of magnetars that also seems to be a persistent radio pulsar. It basically spins every 2 seconds and also contains just enough magnetic field to reach that required limit. It's actually 5 times above this limit, suggesting that it's powerful enough to crystallize vacuum. But because it emits both bright, highly polarized radio waves and X-rays, it presented scientists with a unique opportunity, which is what they did between March 26 and April 5th of 2025. Here, this large team coordinated an intense observation campaign by using NASA's X-ray Polarimetry Explorer and NICER aboard the International Space Station. This was used to observe the X-rays. And to observe the radio waves, they used the Parkes Observatory in Australia. And this was actually the first time in history scientists were able to obtain simultaneous observations from a radio and X-ray polarization of a magnetar, with the results finally analyzed, published in this study. And here the results are pretty clear. The X-ray emissions seem to be polarized by about 46%, which is the highest polarization ever detected from all magnetars observed before. And it even went up to 80% at certain rotational angles as the magnetar was spinning every 2 seconds. Okay, so what does this mean and why is this unusual? Well, if the vacuum itself is not crystallized around this neutron star, then no matter the rotation and no matter what angle you look from, the overall polarization should be almost zero, at least in certain points. But according to simulations and all of the mathematical analysis, the only way to acquire such a high polarization is basically if the vacuum itself becomes crystallized and creates these birefringence effects. And just to rephrase this again, around this magnetar, the space itself, even though it contains nothing, starts to resemble a crystal and produces very similar effects to what you're basically seeing right here. And surprisingly, the photons in this case seem to actually be affected by this anywhere from 30 to 300 stellar radii away from the neutron star, or up to about 2,000 kilometers away from the neutron star's surface. So this is not just something that's extremely small. This optical effect literally makes the neutron star resemble a massive crystal. With additional observations also discovering something referred to as vacuum resonance, which in basic terms once again confirms these quantum predictions and suggests that depending on the energy of the photon, they're going to start producing slightly different birefringence effects. And so pretty much everything that was predicted in the QED, or quantum electrodynamics, seems to have been directly confirmed through these physical observations, which makes this study and this observation a huge win for quantum mechanics. And because QED is one of the most thoroughly tested theories in physics, here this only confirms its accuracy and its overall success in predicting these very strange effects. With this unusual star, 15,000 light years away from us, basically becoming this high-energy physics laboratory, while at the same time suggesting that neutron stars basically have to be studied just a little bit differently. By confirming that this crystallization is real and seems to actively reshape light as we see it, astronomers can now, for example, use this to possibly map geometries of these stars and locate their hotspots with unprecedented precision. But obviously this also proves that what we call nothingness or vacuum is actually still something. It is a physical medium that can be changed by extreme forces. On that note, well, that's pretty much it. I'm sure there will be more discoveries in the future, but until then, check out previous videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the show on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM it directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
I'm a little stunted, you know what I mean? All the other galaxies seem to have it together, man. I don't know if it's because I'm a spiral galaxy or a sombrero galaxy or...
There are galaxies that are very disturbed.
Those are the galaxies that are like, you come near me, I'll kill you.
Yeah,
you think you're going to
exactly.
collide? You think you're going to collide with me? I will kill you.
This is Star Talk Cosmic Queries, and as always, it's a grab bag edition. And I got Chuck Nice with me. How you doing, Chuck?
Hey, Neil. Doing well, man. Thanks for asking.
There's no shortage of people's questions.
Yes, people really inquiring minds want to know.
So bring it on. Bring it on.
Let's jump right into it. Andy L says, hello, stellar intellects, and also co-host of the week. My name is he has assumed that the co-host is clearly not of a stellar intellect. So this is.
But he's allowing it to have been other co-hosts because we have other co-hosts that come in.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I'm not taking it personally. He says, hey, my name is pronounced Andy. See, now that lets me know that he thinks it's me. See, now you full of it. Andy. And I know what the D stands for, too. Anyway. By the way, that's another name. It's a nickname for Richard. Thank you.
It's also a nickname for private detective.
That's correct. Private Dick. That's right.
Yes, and that's why in the opening song to the movie Shaft, Isaac Hayes sings, "Who's the black private dick that's a sex machine to all the chicks?"
Yeah, I don't think he was talking about investigations.
That was a line I had to listen to a few times, and then I had to look up the definition. And one of the definitions of dick was private detective. So that was a weird
That's right.
sort of scripting there. Okay, go ahead.
Way to go, Isaac Hayes. He said, I've heard there may be a large planet or dwarf planet orbiting beyond Pluto.
Planet
the
9.
So-called Planet X. What exactly are the scientific observations causing this suspicion? Could the new Rubin telescope find such an object? Thank you, Andy from Thousand Oaks, California.
I do not know the targeted zones of the Rubin telescope. Generally, if you're going to find a planet and you don't know that it's a planet, you need several observations, because otherwise the stars, though they move to orbit the galaxy, are so far away from night to night, they basically keep the same position. But something orbiting the sun would not, from night to night, week to week, month to month. So I think in principle, the Rubin telescope would be able to detect such a thing. But it would have to be directed to a region of space where we think it is, and then hang out there just for that purpose. But that's not what the telescope was designed for. It was designed as a survey telescope of the entire sky, looking for whatever moves in the survey zone. So that's my first point. Second, the way we have colleagues who think about this and do these experiments. Pluto, we discovered in the last 20 years, 25 years, is just the most prominent member of a new swath of real estate discovered in our solar system called the Kuiper Belt, named after a Dutch-American astronomer, Georg Kuiper, in mid-century. He hypothesized the existence of a repository of comets that didn't participate in the formation of the rest of the solar system. In fact, he made the inverse prediction. He would say, he said, there's a region out there where there would be comets if they didn't participate. Okay, it was one of those kind of backhanded predictions. Turns out there are thousands of dirty ice balls orbiting well beyond Neptune, including Pluto. Okay, so, and the Kuiper Belt is huge. So observations of Kuiper Belt objects tell us that maybe they are responding to another source of gravity in the outer solar system and not just in their orbit around the sun. There's movements that can't otherwise be explained if they're simply orbiting the sun. So that allows you to say, maybe there's another source of gravity out there that's mysteriously tugging on these objects we do see. Now, if it's a planet, it's going to be much bigger than just a Kuiper Belt object. But if you can't see it, it must be much farther away. So they're placing it at a distance below their detection limits because they're saying otherwise we would have seen it. And when you do this, this thing is really far away. So there's still a lot of speculation. There's been some skepticisms of the observation and the interpretation, but that's what it is. And that's how we infer that there might be a Planet 9 or a new Planet X, because we all know Pluto got done demoted.
Right. Yes.
So there you have it.
And Andy crawled through a mile of... Anyway.
Okay.
All right. This is Eric Leroy, who says, "Greetings, Neil and Chuck. Eric Leroy here, exercise physiologist and space flight physiology researcher from NYC. And my question is, what are the requirements established by the IAU that led to the demotion of Pluto as one of the major planets of our solar system? In my opinion, they are not specific enough and should include granular measurements in addition to the phrase clearing its neighborhood. I believe if Pluto was given its title as the 9th planet back, there would be a surge in scientific and astronomical interest around the world of all ages. Thank you for all that you do in the name of science." So he's saying, let's create a controversy that will spur interest in astrology once again, astronomy once again, by, I said astrology, just, oh, Jesus. Astronomy once again by giving Pluto planetary status back.
The rules weren't diabolically conceived just to get rid of Pluto. It's not how that worked. Okay.
Oh.
So here's what happened. Let me remind people. As our telescopes got better, as the Keck telescope started looking in the outer solar system, in the region of space where Pluto orbits, we started finding other objects. And there was an object whose size rivaled that of Pluto. And no one was prepared to call that a planet. That forced a whole fresh look at what Pluto is, where it is, how it's orbiting, and why. On doing so, we found not only is Pluto more than half ice by volume, like comets are, Pluto is orbiting a region of the solar system that we would discover has countless thousands of other icy bodies in the outer solar system. These we would more commonly call comets. Pluto was the first discovered because it was the biggest and the brightest. You would expect the biggest and the brightest to be discovered first. Then we have better telescopes, and now they're popping up. We've lost count of the number of Kuiper Belt objects that are out.
Seems like Ariana Grande is starring in the new Carrie. She's covered in pig's blood. This is absolutely wild work. This video is really weird, and I don't get why Hollywood doesn't try to hide this a little bit better. Stick around at the very end. I'm going to cover some comments of a previous video, and if you would, please subscribe to the channel. It's a great way to support for free. Let's get off into this madness.
Ariana Grande's new music video is going viral for all the wrong reasons. The top comment on her video right now says, "At this point, I'm judging her team, friends, and family. This is insane." This comes after fans noticed a radical shift from how she looked just a few years ago.
She looks like a twig. What happened to this Ariana? She was Ariana Grande, now she's Ariana Pequeño.
But while the whole internet argues over her looks, her music video...
God, like you can see, look at that. Look at her chesticle. You can see her sternum. That is concerning.
For her looks, her music video actually reveals something even more disturbing, where 12 years of leaving Jesus for witchcraft actually leads. And the witchcraft didn't just come out of nowhere. It was an attempt at solving a problem that started when she was just 9 years old. The year was 2003 when her parents split up. And by the time she was 19, she stopped talking to her dad completely. And to this day, that season of her life is hard for her to even talk about.
Whoa. Sorry.
Oh. I'm sorry, but putting your kids in Hollywood, diabolical behavior, man. Let them be a kid.
I think growing up, kind of, you want what you don't have. Like, my parents got divorced.
Her parents' divorce opened the wound so deep.
The dream is that we're not the #2 biggest MMO brand in the world, we're the #1.
Now, those were the words of John Bellamy. And last March, he returned to Jagex as...
2 was right about Mr. Beast. What did he say? What happened?
You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. That is what films would have you believe. But now retired YouTube commentator Sunny V2 proved that—
Wait, Sunny retired? What? Oh shit, he did. His last video was Plants vs. Zombies. Yeah, he made a $9 million of a brand deal? Really? No idea. Okay, shit.
That you can die as the villain, yet sooner or later, people will realize that you were the hero they didn't deserve, but needed all along.
Hey, that's what I got tattooed on my fucking arm. Galatians 4:16. You hate me because I tell the truth. It's the goddamn truth, especially today. So many people living in their fucking la-la lands. You say, hey, this fucking Coke can's actually black. Oh, actually, you're racist because you said that. You calling it Pepsi Black, that's actually racist. It's pretty insane. Hey, McDonald's is bad for you. That really hurts my feelings. I actually sexually identify as a fat fuck. And I can't believe you tell that to me.
In April 2023, Sunny V2 uploaded a video titled Why Chris Tyson Will Soon Be a Nightmare for Mr. Beast. And the response was overwhelmingly negative.
Oh, I didn't know he called him out on that.
Absolute psychopathic behavior, bro. Have some shame and decency before you put out a video like this. You don't.
I will say, I will skip any Mr. Beast video now that has Chris Tyson in it. Fucking disgusting. This guy gave up on his wife and kids. Insane. Fucking insane.
Even fucking know this person, dude.
In this video, Sunny argued that Chris's transition would end up becoming a massive issue for Mr. Beast based on how that changed the dynamic between the group.
Chris did make these bizarre jokes about Jimmy being female, making him incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh my God, Jimmy, look, they drew you. Jimmy, they drew you so well. It looks just like you.
And it wasn't just Sunny's observation, as fans of Mr. Beast picked up on the energy, commenting, "This is the most awkward Mr. Beast video I have ever seen," which stuck out like a sore thumb as regular viewers of the channel, as Chris was known for being the gun and truck-loving all-American icon. But in April of 2023, Chris publicly announced for the first time that he'd been on HRT, and the results were immediate.
I started taking HRT, and I was amazed. After 2-3 weeks, I just started having a mental clarity that it felt like a fog that had been around me just went away.
However, Chris, or Ava's announcement,
it makes me fucking sick. It does. I'm really not gonna lie. It's fucking disgusting. I mean, guys, I want to remind you that people who follow this route now have an increase of a 47% suicidal ideation chance. Which I'm not going to lie, you're not a good person if you support that. I think this is foul. I mean, this shit has poisoned the mind of so many people, and it's destroying families until today as well. Absolutely fucking nuts.
Was met with mixed reception. Some people felt that she was incredibly brave for making the step, saying, people have to realize that someone who transitions doesn't do it for fun. It's a long struggle they had to have to accept themselves. At the end of the day, we're all humans and we're all entitled to the pursuit of happiness. While others felt that Ava was an extremely bad influence for Mr. Beast's main demographic, which was a point Sunny argued as well. However, instead of focusing on why Sunny made the video, people focused on his comments about Chris's personal choices.
I feel like the implication of that sentence is go back. Actually, don't explore what makes you happy. Don't do what you want to do.
And this, of course, brought Sunny a
wow, I can't believe that Ludwig and Hassan continue to perpetuate this disgusting behavior that Chris decided to take it upon themselves. Isn't that so interesting? It's like these two are just fucking deceitful liars that will say anything to ensure that they receive more updates on all of the videos and be seen as the squeaky clean PR guys. I would like to remind you that Ludwig unironically saw his alcohol-abusing friend who's been struggling with for years and encouraged him to drink more because the content was amazing.
A ton of backlash. Not surprised that Sunny V2, a person who profits off ishing on other people at their lowest points, posted another video with an ish take, including from Mr. Beast himself. This is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare, he's my friend, and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off.
And there it is! My God, how's that working out for you, buddy?
And he wasn't the only one who...
Listen, once again, I get it. You know, for peak mental illness era, 2020, 2022, I understand if you bought into it for a little bit because we were all fucking miserable inside of our fucking houses. If you said, hey, sure, fuck it, be a girl, be a dude, don't care. If you're still saying that now, you're nuts. We've seen the damage that it's done to society. We've seen the numbers. We've seen the suicide statistics. We see what it's doing to families. We see what it's doing to people. And now with the information at your fingertips, if you still believe in this shit, I don't know what to tell you, man. Other than you're cooked. You're straight up cooked.
Thought Sonny's video was transphobic.
These are people just being like extremely transphobic and disgusting.
All this hate started a campaign.
I am so curious if Ethan Klein still stands by this. You guys don't get me wrong. Even I fell victim to the misinformation campaign on transphobia 6 years ago. I'm not going to lie. I did. 6 years ago, fuck it. Now that we've seen the destruction it causes, which should have been obvious, it's abhorrent. It's disgusting. It's ill behavior. And don't feel bad if you want to change your mind on something. You're not a hypocrite if you change your mind. A hypocrite is a person in the process of change. And if new statistics and data get you to change your mind, that's not you being a hypocrite. That's you not being retarded. You should change your mind if you're presented with statistical data that disproves your pre-existing beliefs. That's called being a human. That's called being a human.
Against Sonny as more and more videos showed up exposing his biases towards sensitive topics.
But I also want to virtue signal that I'm way better than the person we're talking about, because in reality half of the stuff I said about the person is completely untrue.
Despite the overwhelming negative attention, some people defended Sonny, saying he was allowed to voice his opinions.
True.
However, allegations of him being transphobic had been bubbling for some time. It all started.
I'd take that word as a compliment these days, and so should you.
When Sonny defended Mr. Beast for making this joke.
I was actually born a tank, but sadly it wasn't one of our 52 genders.
And if we take the joke...
I always knew Mr. Beast was based.
Rank it on a scale from 1 to 10, with 1 being least offensive and 10 being most offensive, it probably wouldn't even hit 1 on the scale.
And this stuck with some viewers who felt that Sonny had an agenda which he voiced through his videos under the guise of being objective.
Just making up all these what-if situations that are completely irrelevant. What if he becomes a completely different person and his new personality ruins the Mr. Beast channel?
As the hate spread around the internet, Sonny V2 unanimously became the most hated YouTuber on the platform. But this would soon
I always thought he made great videos.
Turn into the nightmare Sonny promised, as on July 16th, 2024, YouTuber Adrox would post a video titled, "This video will make you hate Ava Tyson." In this video, Adrox provided multiple tweets from Ava, showcasing her admiration for disgraced artist Shadman. That wasn't the only thing which was weird about her, as viewers found an older video posted in June 2024 by the creator Prism42, who alleged that Ava had been talking inappropriately with one of her fans, Lava GS.
And why are you sending a 15-year-old a message saying coming for America? Why are you DMing a 15-year-old anyways on Snapchat?
After the situation blew up, Lava posted a tweet saying, "Ava never did anything wrong and just made a few edgy jokes. I was never exploited or taken advantage of." However, people argued that asking someone who was groomed if they were groomed is like asking someone with amnesia if they remembered when they got amnesia. Following which, Lava changed his initial statements, saying, "I thought I had a good memory of situation, but I was wrong. After reading the chat logs, this stuff was inappropriate and wrong.
There it is.
I was a minor in this situation and not the adult influencer who shouldn't have allowed this to happen. I did not see this wrong at the time." And this turned the wheel of internet drama once again, as the community that vilified Sonny V2 for even suggesting Ava could become an issue for Mr. Beast were now the same people who joined the bandwagon against her.
You can't just write that off as being like quirky, inappropriate, edgy jokes that people are blowing out of proportion.
That's crazy that the fence sitter actually weighed in too. That's crazy.
Many of these videos, which explained the Ava situation, were flooded with comments reminding everyone who the first person was to point this out, with others adding, "Sonny V2 was never transphobic. He was just explaining that Mr. Beast was in an impossible position." And Mr. Beast's position
was both.
Would only get worse as more evidence of Ava talking inappropriately with minors came out, which turned some people's attention away from Ava and towards Mr. Beast. The controversy was massive, and Ava tried to clear the situation on X, saying that her past tweets and actions were just edgy jokes and that she had decided to step away from the Mr. Beast company for good. However, Mr. Beast was facing a PR disaster, as people were alleging that YouTube was age restricting any videos that mentioned Ava's past past to help save their golden child's reputation. But eventually, Mr. Beast did provide more clarification on the situation. Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. I will allow
It wasn't allegations, bro. We literally saw the fucking text.
the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further actions based on their findings. And the results of this investigation alleged that there was nothing wrong happening at the company, which got Mr. Beast a ton of backlash for obvious reasons. No way. The guys you paid found you innocent. While Mr. Beast did remove Ava from his channel once the controversy went public,
I think removing Ava is that's fine. I mean this. I think Mr. Beast should also take down every single video of Chris post-transition as well. I do. I still stand by that. I feel like every single video with this dude in it post-transition should be taken down 100%.
many people started believing that Mr. Beast would do anything to protect his own image, which he did.
To be honest, I didn't really think too much of it because we just had like a lot of anime posters and things up, and it was an animated character that was clothed, obviously. And yeah, knowing what I know about Chapman now, it was a very weird thing to buy.
This explanation, however, wasn't well received, even if
Oh, I didn't realize that child porn was weird to buy. My bad, guys.
you didn't know who the artist was. Having a photo like that in your house is still effing weird. And the nightmare only got worse as Nathan, another member of Ava's Discord server, came forward with new...
Wait, hold up. Just to clarify so I have my facts right. It was a drawn photo of like lolly hentai, right? Or was it real child sexual assault material? I always hear differing stories. Do you guys know which one it was? Either one is fucking weird as shit, but one is a much more serious crime. It was a drawn photo of a kid blowing a gun. Yeah, that's horrific. Okay, just wanted to make sure it wasn't like a real photo of a fucking baby or something.
allegations against her and
with a tattoo saying, I like BBC. What the fuck?
And Mr. Beast.
Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast used me, manipulated me, and did very inappropriate things with me while I was about 15 years old.
With more evidence coming out, Ava's reputation was slowly disintegrating, one leaked chat at a time.
To make matters worse, he was considering extending the Not Safe for Work channel to also cover gore, meaning he either intended to partake in or welcome the sharing of gore material, again with minors.
The release of these chat logs were controversial, as Nathan's character came into question with people alleging that many of his claims were false. Regardless, the chat logs were real, as were the many inappropriate things Ava shared with minors on there. But when it comes to Sunny V2, many people agree that he was right about Mr. Beast. The man predicted the future, got bashed by everyone online, he didn't apologize. Then a year later, he came out on top. As in his original video, this was the solution Sunny provided Jimmy for the Ava issue.
The only clean solution should things go south might be for Chris to resign himself, and even then rumors and bad press will be unavoidable.
Wait, he literally called it! Holy gigachad!
Which is quite scary in how close to reality Sunny's prediction hit. However, much of the hate that was directed towards Sunny turned out to be entirely baseless to begin with, as no one really talked about how Ava's transition would affect Mr. Beast's audience. Rather, everyone piled around with pitchforks looking to cancel Sunny for even having an opinion, but they couldn't cancel him.
Man, I can't believe the trans community did something irrational again. This is, oh my god, I can't believe it, guys. This is crazy.
Because Sunny never responded. Speaks facts, gets called a madman, refuses to apologize, wins. And over time, as Mr. Beast has successfully phased Ava out of his channel, many people have expressed their delight at the decision.
I can now watch a Mr. Beast video in peace now. I can now watch a Mr. Beast video in peace.
However, it turns out that the Ava Tyson situation opened a Pandora's box of controversy for Mr. Beast, as YouTuber Dogpack made a 3-part series about Jimmy faking lotteries and his videos, as well as emotionally torturing his employees while keeping criminals on his payroll.
Dogpack 404 is full of shit.
And while many of these allegations were proven to be false, Jimmy's credibility had taken a massive hit. People
which we shouldn't enjoy because Dogpack 404 was full of shit.
Became wary of his antics, as was also apparent during his Team Water charity stream.
Was one of the most like uncomfortable, like weird streams of all time, bro. Basically, this is
all this stream was, bro, the epitome of the stream, was basically just Mr. Beast pressuring people into donating to Team Water.
As well as when
he was literally calling any influencer or person he knew and saying, yo, donate shit tons of money to this cause that's probably not, let me phrase that does fucking nothing. It's literally just burning money in Africa, or we're in a fucking hate brigade your entire channel.
He announced a new AI thumbnail generator, which was such a horrible idea that Jimmy had to scrap it immediately. And adding to the misery was the Lunchly controversy in 2024, where many customers found mold in Jimmy's product. Now,
man, I can't believe going into a business venture with a KSI and fucking Logan Paul turned out to not be a good idea. What a shot.
To be fair to Jimmy, all of his controversies post-Ava were dealt with in a professional manner. While his tactics to get money out of streamers for Team Water was a bit aggressive and awkward, people could understand that because he was doing it for a noble cause.
Noble cause? You mean burning American dollars? Yeah, fucking right. Shit's a joke.
As for his moldy Lunchly controversy, his explanation made sense.
But we're talking, like, I mean, it's moving over 1 million units a week right now, and I'm seeing, like, maybe
any charity that sends money to Africa, fuck no. Same thing, the Trevor Project, never donate to the Trevor Project. It is quite literally a charity association designated to grooming children to be trans. I shit you not. The Trevor Project is a charity that quite literally promotes a platform where kids can talk to adults about their feelings about being gay and transgender without their parents knowing. If you don't think that's child grooming, I don't know what to tell you. And by the way, the World of Warcraft video game, massive MMORPG, they made a gay event in-game where all proceeds went to the Trevor Project. I'm not kidding you. I am not kidding you. A platform where children can talk to adults about their gay feelings without their parents knowing. Fuck that. That being said, I do love seeing Jimmy Beast just set fire to millions of dollars. It's fantastic.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today we're going to talk a little bit about how the internet has now kill switches brought into effect. Now this isn't entirely new, okay? So again, I want to just kind of bring you up to speed with what's going on. Obviously, a lot of laws, a lot of things regarding the internet, the last bastion of true freedom, has, sort of started happening all over the world, right? We kind of laughed probably like 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, look at that Chinese Great Firewall. Ain't no fucking way that's gonna happen on our side of the pond. Well, today we actually have a court-ordered writ that you can read right over here. The state of Texas against a online company known as Kick Online Entertainment. They do not run Kick.com before any of you ask in the comment section below. I'm going to censor the URL here because, genuinely speaking, the website that was shut down, I am not actually anywhere close to partial. The website that Texas kind of went after over here is one where, from my understanding, and again, I haven't jumped onto their website to truly properly research this, but other law enforcement agencies, particularly in the Netherlands, all over the world have looked in and actually shut down their website because there's probably illegal content hosted on there, okay? So I'm not here to sit down and play defense for a truly disgusting website. The actual website today doesn't really matter because what we're about to talk here is Texas finding a way to implement kill switches on the rest of the fucking world, okay? So let's read this order here, right? So Texas, from a writ of attachment, and the court reviewed the applications and affidavits on file in this matter. After considering the pleadings and other papers on file with the court, the grounds presented, yada, 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 the court finds and concludes that the state is entitled to a writ of attachment. The court finds that the following domain name is owned by the defendant and maintained by a company known as VeriSign Incorporated. This website, which we're going to refer to as Website X going forward, has basically been grabbed, right? Basically, the domain has effectively been taken. So this domain name, if they even want to replevy it, basically they have to file the court with a bond in the amount of $9.1 million. Now, this actually had a lot to do with a Texas age assurance law. So that law was HB number 1181, which was restricting access to, websites that host material harmful to minors, okay? Now, in this case, the website that Texas actually went after was very much a website that I would say was harmful to minors, harmful to really anybody, okay? To give you quick context, the actual website over here, the company Kick Online Entertainment, is one of these companies that's self-admittedly moral-free. So I'll let you put into your head what their idea of moral-free content online is, especially in the adult sphere, okay? So again, what's interesting to note over here, obviously, is, again, this is all the way back in July 1st of 2026, so not super terribly long ago, literally like last month. But again, this is a story that's been brewing and one thing that I've been looking over, through the course of time. Basically, the legal victory Texas had says that they can enforce laws against foreign companies, okay? So basically, let's say that you're living somewhere outside of the United States, right? Accessing a .com website can basically be determined. The permission allowed is up to one state, it seems, right? Texas can decide at this point if the website violates, it seems, their laws. They can go to the third party, which in this case is VeriSign, and they can basically just, seize or grab or prevent access to these domains. Effectively meaning that if you don't play by this state's rules, the rest of the world effectively gets access to websites effectively gutted and killed. And this sets kind of a landmark where I guess now any state can decide what they consider to be obscene. If their laws are getting violated, I guess they now have a pathway to start issuing kill orders all over the internet, right? So basically, this site violated Texas's age verification law, and subsequently they obtained a default judgment and a permanent injunction because the content was so deplorable. Even the actual website, the company behind it, didn't want to actually go to court. So you don't go to court, default judgments get handed out, and that's why the amount of money for the bond is actually so high. So Kick Online, openly describing itself as moral-free, ignored the lawsuits, refused to comply, and continued publishing and distributing harmful material that was accessible to minors in Texas. Now, to secure compliance and safeguard the kids, they had obtained a court order writ that maintains the .com registry to place the domain on a registry lock hold or similar status. Under the court's orders, Kick may only seek to replevy the domain by publishing the bond. So again, remember here, the content on this site is so deplorable that, again, may I remind you, it was actually taken down around May of 2026, right? CNN was investigating it. A lot of people are investigating it to the point where the Dutch Public Prosecution Office decided to launch an investigation into website X. And when they started looking into it, they found through their analysis 20,000 videos posted on the site's front page in the first week of May found that disgusting terms like incest, obviously teens, a lot of stuff that would probably, still show up on other sites, but here, because it was moral free, people started to look at other videos that, again, had tags that were obviously tags referencing illegal material, okay? And ultimately, at the end of the day, one of the largest viewed videos, 4.2 million, had literally the R word kind of attached as a tag. So you can imagine the kind of content that is over here. Nobody is defending, I would say. No one normal should really go out and say, you know what, guys? Look, I get it, free speech is a whole thing over there, but to be honest with you, I'd never sit and defend websites that are so loosey-goosey with the content posted on here. Again, my view on adult content is something where, if I'm going to be completely real with you, I think that it is very damaging to the human brain, especially a developing human brain. I sort of understand why people are putting it amongst themselves to restrict access to this kind of content. I, however, still think instead of implementing shit like what we're talking about today, where anybody can issue kill switches, so now states can kind of decide, hey, we don't agree with this kind of content. What's to stop a content from looking at something like religious content down the road or any other sensitive content and thinking, man, we consider that obscene to people in our area, let's start blocking it. And not only do we block it from our state, because we can enforce this on VeriSign now, we can decide, hey, listen, this is now blocked internationally, globally, through the .com domain. So the actual hatch over here that some could think is an escape is using country code TLDs, which again, all of these different countries that you're seeing over here could be reflected and probably used as exit hatches. But the reality of it is that just because these are, attributed to certain countries doesn't necessarily mean that, they're running these zones, right? A lot of these are still ultimately controlled by U.S. infrastructure. The only ones that are kind of, free from this are places like .ru, .cn, and those also come with their own set of caveats. It's not that their governments can't also enforce similar laws or holds. So the reality of this is that what is basically the method of abuse is, so for instance, you can go to any foreign company and say, listen, we don't agree with your stuff, we're going to enforce our rules on you. And if you don't comply, there's a default judgment. And once that judgment comes through, it seems that, as Texas has shown, you can use these writs and basically put holds on a lot of these domains, which effectively just means that they can decide internationally who gets to visit these websites and who doesn't. From my understanding, again, if anybody wants to clarify this, please feel free. But it really is the attack on the internet infrastructure that is kind of the story, right? So again, the reality of it is I'm not here to defend this website. What I am here to talk about, and what's more interesting, is the mechanism used, okay? Again, when you look into the adult industry, it's disgusting that even on the most popular sites, like the Hub, for instance, there is an interesting story that I covered called Trafficking Hub like 5-6 years ago. And since then, I've been absolutely no gooner. I'm not against if you goon, I don't really care. But to be honest with you, I think that once you learn the amount of crimes that constantly happen in the adult space, where even on like the most safe sounding websites, right? Even the most, normal sites, I guess, like the Hub, there have been cases like the Girls Do Porn incident where, again, women were being basically pressured into doing this kind of content. I mean, when you watch somebody on the internet doing this kind of stuff, you have to think to your head, right? Are they drugged? Are they even participating in this video with sound mind? I mean, there's a lot of things that go into your head. And once you see kind of how the sausage is made, you really want to stay far away from it, right? But again, the website we're talking about over here just went to the most extreme ends and decided, you know what, we're going to start just having a moral free zone, if you will, too. Again, you can just keep into your head how fucked things can get. But the president over here could easily look at a website like 4chan, for instance, right? Which has been targeted by the United Kingdom in a lot of cases, Ofcom. Now, I am a 4chaner. I like actually exploring, things like paranormal, but the only board I look at, okay? I enjoy boards like this where I can read about people talking about cults, where I can see people talking about stupid shit like MK Ultra. Well, not really stupid MK Ultra, but again, I like watching that sort of paranormal side, that creepypasta side of the internet. There are a lot of 4chan boards or chan-like boards that are really, really filthy. Places like 8chan, for instance, which have been delisted from Google search, which have been terminated from operating service by, places like Cloudflare, because ultimately, at the end of the day, content, that's hosted on these platforms gets into the point where they could be hosting illegal stuff. Forget the, hate speech stuff for a second here. We are talking actual illegal, possible CSAM material that is hosted on these places. Even though a lot of these websites do put up the, hey, don't post this on our web, the actual moderation is so loosey-goosey that stuff like this ultimately ends up there, which is one of the reasons why places don't want to work with them. The thing that ultimately comes out from this whole situation is it's not that Texas decided to shut down access to this website because they felt that the content on there was super duper severe. They only issued this because they didn't want to add age assurance to their platform. Which, again, I feel like if you're somebody that wants to be on the morally right side of things, it's not the, age assurance, giving your ID is not the fucking, end-all be-all to, hey, at least you can access, possibly illegal material on this website, right? If you were really morally against it, you wouldn't just say, hey, here's an age gate or something. As long as you follow the rules and give us money, you can continue to host your stuff and people can access it, right? I get the whole idea of freedom of speech, but generally obscenity, there's a fine line a lot of these places play. I don't really think Texas cares so much about the content that's on this site. More so, can their rules necessarily be enforced, is what I'm tending to notice. Now, one actual, research that I've seen, and unfortunately, a lot of this stuff also comes from the other side of the aisle, which is the hub, or a lot of these websites that are facing the situation where they have to comply with age verification. And here's the thing, when you have age verification, it kills viewership on your site. It puts a lot of financial targets on your back. So obviously, it's not like the hub or any of these websites really care about our kids being exposed or anything. It's more that their bottom line is actually being threatened. Which is why in a story like this, I don't take anybody's side but the side of your actual freedom, right? I think if you really want to combat disgusting illegal material on the internet and really combat the people that visit it, you should probably teach your kids, or at least, push some form of therapy for people that are actually consuming, some of the most depraved shit on the internet. And for children, I feel like if you have kids, you should really sit down and talk to them and tell them, listen, you start watching gooning material, it's only going to start escalating. Shit's like a drug, man. Okay, once you take that one line of coke, you're probably not going to be satiated once you develop sort of a habit to it. You're only going to want to go harder and harder and harder. But ultimately, at the end of the day over here, one fact that's sort of come out is a lot of people that sort of deal with these compliant websites realize, I'm just going to go to a website where it's legal to view this shit, right? Which is why, research-wise, 45% of people that, are subject to this kind of stuff are now visiting websites that aren't compliant. And because they're not compliant with laws, the kind of shit that they host gets darker and darker and darker. Even website X that was blocked by Texas is a website that unfortunately somebody can still access. The only reason Texas was able to do this kind of stuff is they went to VeriSign. VeriSign is hosted in the United States. And VeriSign was where, again, Texas went to. They were like, hey, listen, you got to give us that .com domain. And that was effectively taken by Texas and is now being held until, of course, the company behind Website X pays up and ponies up their dues and decides to get their domain back, which really isn't that important because the kind of people that want to access that content, all they have to do is access it through a different domain, or again, go through places like the dark web, if they have like sort of a dark web onion domain hosting as well too, which really shows that internet kill switches don't really address the problems that society, like you're not really preventing people from accessing illegal material. All you're really doing is making it annoying, which yeah, sure might deter one or two people, but the people that are genuinely going to these places will find their access, okay? These are those dark corners of the internet that usually the people visiting them know that they're playing a game of cat and mouse or whack-a-mole on the internet anyways. What it has shown is Texas, and I guess any state at this point, can effectively target the internet infrastructure and start enforcing their own state laws and affecting not just the federal United States, but the rest of the world, okay? Because remember, a lot of internet infrastructure is kind of tied into the United States. It's really the US that gets to fucking decide what the rest of the world can do or can't do. Like, for instance, the UK can have a whole bunch of laws, but it doesn't really matter much because it's up to the US to enforce UK law, which is the reason why places like 4chan are still accessible and the reason why they really don't care. But imagine if those same laws, which now they're starting to prop up in the US, well, now a lot of these judges can actually just go straight to the infrastructure. And when the US states start doing it, well, there's not much you and I or anybody can do at that point. It's pretty much a done and done deal, ladies and gentlemen. It's pretty much over. You know, if you kind of think about it, banning things doesn't necessarily lead to a good solution almost all the time. When has banning really ever worked, right? Like, back in the day, alcohol was banned in the United States. What did people start doing? They started turning into organized crime and purchasing their booze and liquor that way, right? So it was a bad situation. What happens in places like Saudi Arabia where alcohol is banned? Well, what happens is, unfortunately, there is a market of black market alcohol that you can get. And this, according to actual researchers and people, scientific experts in that region, have said that it's more likely to be contaminated with substances like methanol, for instance. A severe medical conundrum, right? Where again, things are banned. Now you got a black market where you got people trying to make an extra buck off of individuals that are committing an illegal crime. They go out, they're buying whiskey, they're buying alcohol that obviously could be contaminated, they're damaging themselves. And what are they going to do? Are they going to go to the police of vice and virtue and tell them, yeah, I was trying to get drunk, boss, but I guess I went blind drinking bad booze, bad moonshine. Again,
A couple months ago, this video of a Norwegian man sitting in a slum in India venting about being abandoned there as a child appeared.
Not fun living on the streets, but I didn't have a choice. If it wasn't for people like them, I wouldn't have food. I wouldn't have learned how to live on the street.
And the dude clearly had a flawless Indian English accent and even had the head bobbled down. And at first, I mean, I thought this was AI. There was no way this could be real. But I kept watching the video over and over again, and I couldn't find anything that actually indicated that it was AI. So I decided to reach out to him and ask him to FaceTime me. And he actually answered, and he was in the Taj Mahal in Mumbai in India. Holy shit, this was real. I am like, I was baffled. This is crazy to me. So I just wanted to know everything about this. Number one, because of how ridiculous the story is, but also I'm Norwegian and I'm raised in Norway, as I lived in Norway from when I was roughly 7 till 18 years old. But in short, he's now an adult, but when he was a young child, his parents abandoned him in India. And you may be asking, how does that happen? Well, he was kind enough to actually jump on the channel so we can actually understand how insane of a story this is. And pretty much all I knew going into this interview with him was I saw the viral clip online, I confirmed that it was real, and I knew that he wanted to share his story so he could figure out how to get some help, because he was failed by his parents and he was basically failed by every system around him.
I think the first question most people have for you is like, are you getting help now? Did making your story public help you in any way?
Yeah, no, I've got my story out there so I can do something about this. Yeah. I've got called by the Finnish ministry office because I contacted them plenty of times in the Finnish embassy to get information about them helping me out of the country in India. And
Interesting.
Then they were like, no, we don't have no information. There's nothing to give. It's too old information. It's too hard to find it. I'm like, okay, what? And then I go down to India to make my documentary because even the Norwegian newspapers and stuff didn't want to get my story out there because they said I have insufficient evidence. I have a passport made in New Delhi in India. I have an exit visa from New Delhi in India. What else do you need for evidence? Like, seriously, I was like, okay. When I didn't get help here, I'm like, okay, I'll go down and put my story out there. And I thought, okay, maybe a lawyer or something would see my story and then maybe take my case as a pro bono case and help me out. That was the plan from the start. And apparently at 11, 12 in the night around there in the evening time, we put out the first video on the 25th last month. And I go to sleep because we've been roaming the streets and filming the whole day. And then I wake up to 17,000 followers and a few million views. I'm like, what the f is happening?
Okay, so you posted that first video in India.
Yeah.
Okay, because that first video you posted, that was of you sitting, explaining your story, talking to the other guys. So the people in the video with you there, were they people you used to know or grow up on the street with there?
Yep.
Wow. So you just filmed this video, and you were in New Delhi, or where were you there?
Mumbai.
You were in Mumbai there, and decided to post it on Instagram, and it just went super viral because this was a part of what? So you're making a documentary now on everything, right? Interesting. Well, dude, that is so awesome. That clip just went so viral.
But I started in Norway with making TikTok videos because I didn't even know TikTok didn't exist. Yeah, because
you didn't know of TikTok.
I didn't know that TikTok was banned in India, and I started putting out my post over there about me going to India and me getting help from different people, paying for my hotel and stuff. So I started posting on TikTok, thinking, okay, this will already reach India, I thought. But no, once I was going from here and I talked to some friends down there, they're like, no, we don't have no TikTok here. It's banned a long time ago. I'm like, okay, I need to try a new strategy. Then I went, got myself an Instagram account.
Oh, that is so funny. So I've watched like all the videos and I'm trying to understand the full like I guess, timeline of events. But you went to India first when you were 4 years old, right?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to ask, why did your parents go to India with you?
I thought it was a holiday. Like my brother said to me something totally different. It was not a holiday, but that's what I thought all my life, that it was a holiday went wrong. But it ended up being that my father was skipping bail. He had a prison sentence in Norway.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so it was literally just like he was fleeing the country, essentially.
Yeah.
Wow. And then, so how long did your parents stay in India compared to you?
My father left after 10, 11 years.
Oh, wow.
Because he stayed there till he could come back without getting any consequences for leaving.
Really? Okay, so I saw that you were growing up in this apartment that you showed, or it looked like it was kind of like an apartment complex there. At what point did you become homeless?
It was when my mom finally got caught because she was doing some shady shit that I didn't even know of. That when I was doing the interview with Yle, the Finnish newspaper, then I found out some other shit from my brother and my godmother that I didn't even know about. That's when I found out my father fled the country because, yeah, he had prison sentence to do. And I found out that my mother didn't get caught with staying there for overstaying her visa. She got caught for human trafficking.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you were how old when they got arrested?
She was around 12, 13 when she went in to jail. But I was already roaming the streets from I was 10, 11 because I realized my mother couldn't take care of me. So that's when I started hanging the streets instead.
So at this time, were you thinking like, were you aware that you were Norwegian? Okay, so were you trying to figure out like, how could I get back to Norway? Or were you just like, okay, this is my life. I'm in India now.
I never thought of it because I literally was stoned out of my brains all the time. That's where the smoking on the floor, that's where that comes from.
I can only
so
imagine.
That's not smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So at what age were you like, okay, I need to get back to Norway?
I didn't think of it at all. It was my friend, so I thought was my friend Varun, the guy that was getting money then sent by my father and my godmother down there that I never received. That's why he got a beating outside the Taj Hotel in one of my videos when I found out the truth. I was like, you know what? I even asked him nicely, like, hey, did my father send you cash? Did you receive any money? He's like laughing on the bed and like giggling. I'm like, you know what? I told my cameraman, let's go down. We're gonna do some more filming. So my cameraman didn't get the drift at all. He thought, oh, we're going out to film.
Yeah.
No, that was not for filming. That was to give him.
Oh no. How much money do you think he stole from you then?
And no clue.
Wow. So he was just getting like what's that service? It was like, so they were like wire transferring him money like Western Union for like years, or
I have no idea how he got the payment down there. I guess it's a Western Union or bank transfer or whatever, but I remember one time Varun coming to me with some cash, and that was when I stayed in Sayandaravi, but I never got any money after that. One time he came once with money to me.
Interesting. What a nightmare. Okay, so you didn't get back to Norway until 17. So how long was that process? So did you start like trying to get back to Norway at 16? Or how old were you when you were like, okay?
No. It was not me. It was my godmother through that was all the time asking my father, like, what the f are you not contacting the services or consulate and embassy and stuff to get me out of the country when I'm all alone there? It was if it wasn't for her pushing him, he would still be doing Norway and not giving a that I was living there on the streets.
That's awful. So I guess that all started when you were 17, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it was around there, 16, 17, that they were trying to help me out of the country, get me out of there. And then I got suddenly a message from Varun. He came down to the slums where I was living and found me and told me that, hey, we need to head off to New Delhi because you need to go to the Finnish embassy that is gonna help you out of the country. And then he helped me to New Delhi with a train from CT station in Mumbai. We took a train to Delhi, and then I got hold of the Finnish embassy there that fixed me a new passport, exit visa, and everything.
Wow. So why was the Finnish embassy that was helping you and not the Norwegian one?
I guess my father knew that if he contacts the Norwegian, that he will get in problems because it's a little bit more strict than Norway.
Right. Okay.
I'm pretty sure there's some backcuts to everything that happened, but the worst part is when the Finnish embassy found me in, say, New Delhi. When I got there, I was still underage, and they actually had a moral job to do, is to report me to the children's services, maybe contact the press and let them know that, hey, there's a minor here stuck over here without passport, without any parents, without any papers or anything. So they didn't do what they were supposed to do, and the only thing they did was send me back home. But they didn't even let the Norwegians know that, hey, you have a person that's born in Norway, he's on the way back to Norway, he needs some help when he gets here. So it was not before I was like 23, 24, where they put, when I started telling the NAV, it's the government system here to get cash and stuff. I was telling them that, hey, I don't have any schooling, I don't have anything. And then my father kicked me out of the house, so I didn't know anything about paying bills or normal stuff down here. Is like literally in the dark. So I ended up going into just more and more debt while I was staying there, taking credit cards, then taking loans for paying the credit cards, and just going more and more into.
Yeah. That is awful. So I have a few questions of you in Norway, but with the whole, I guess in India, when you were living on the street, what was the average place that you would sleep at, or where would you try to sleep?
Mostly in temples and dargahs and stuff, wherever I was roaming around with my friends. Also, sometimes on the side of the roads, there's places you just find that no one can see you. As long as there is a dry place, you just lay your head and you fall asleep, and then you wake up in the morning, you find some water somewhere just to wash your face and your arms and stuff, and get yourself as fresh as you can for the next day you're roaming around.
Did you always have a little bit of a community of people that you were hanging around with? Okay, so you were never alone on the street, or did you always have kids that are similar age?
I never had kids similar age around me. All the people I roamed around with were between 10 to 20 years older than me.
Oh, wow. Okay. That is so crazy. Yeah, your story is just insane to me. Then I guess another question I had is what was your diet based on out there? What were you eating every day when you were homeless in India?
Whatever you would get. It's sometimes you would eat a samosa pav or vada pav from the street, and if you're lucky enough, you would eat something as a family if they ask you in to eat some food with them. Or sometimes when there are temples and stuff, many of them have Hindu festivals, and then there's lots of food around. And then I started roaming around the Muslim dargahs, and they also have their certain festivals that they have every year, especially in different dargahs every year. Every day of the year, certain dargahs have a festival where they respect the person that died from that dargah. So then there's biryani. There's a lots of things that they give out. So it was like a safe haven for me to get food.
Right. So you said first your dad left the country first out of India.
No.
And then your
biggest brother.
It was your brother. So how old were you when your brother left?
I don't remember, to tell you the truth.
Okay. So was that were you approximately 9 or 11, or were 13?
He left when he was 17, around there, if I remember correct. I was 10, 11. And then my brother and my father left right after, not a long time after that.
So before they left, so were you hanging out with them a lot, or were you all by yourself before they even left?
No, it was in the start we were. Sometimes I used to live with my father, sometimes with my mother. So it was jumping a lot. And my father was a dealer, so.
Right. So when you realized that your brothers left, did you think like, okay, am I gonna leave soon, or were you just like, okay, no, well they're gone and this is my reality here?
No, because my mother said that we were trying to get help to try to get out too. So I was just listening to what she said, and all my life I've been told that if I contact any social services or any kind of people to try to get help, that I will end up being taken by the child services and I won't see my brothers or my family again. It's like when you get told that from a very young age, you don't really trust the system or try to ask for help.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Oh, so then you get back to Norway at 17, and what happens then? Like, so I'm assuming you arrive at Gardermoen at some point, and where do you go from there?
Well, I thought that someone would come and pick me up there, but when I came to the airport, no one was even there. So I called my father because I had his number, I think, in my pocket or something, and I found someone from the place where I buy the ticket. They called my father, and then find out which station I'm gonna get off at, which train I need to take. So I ended up going to my father's place where I lived for a few years. So yeah, and then I found out that he was still doing everything that he usually does.
Right. So you live there until what, 24 or something like that, you said?
22, 23, 24, around there, because I tried to make him listen to what I went through and try to explain him how I lived there and stuff, and he never wanted to listen to me. So I one day got so fed up of trying to make him listen that I took that thing you used to turn around steaks with the two.
Yeah.
So I put that on his, and I'm like, oh, now you're listening to what I have to say, because it's thanks to you that I need to go through all of this.
Yeah.
And it ended up talking to him for a while and explaining him how I had it there and stuff, and ended up being on the couch for a few days sobbing. And then in the end, after a week or two, he told me that, hey, I want you to move from here because I feel threatened by you, I feel scared of you. I'm like, what the and then I end up moving to this government apartment and not knowing how to pay bills, not knowing how to live a normal life here in this system.
So when you got to your father's house, what were you doing? Like, what was your day-to-day like there? Was it just hanging around the house, or were you like
smoking up, playing Counter-Strike?
Okay, were you like trying to like meet up with like Norwegian friends, try to like figure out like
I have no friends.
Okay. Wow. Were you living in a small town or a big city?
Small, tiny city.
Okay. Yeah. Did you have to like relearn Norwegian when you got there?
When I came back, I spoke hardly any Norwegian. I knew some words from what I remember as a kid, but mostly I was speaking English with a Indian accent and a head wobble and stuff. So yeah, I was getting mobbed a lot in the start.
Oh no.
And then people ended up not talking to me in English in the end. Like my brother's friends that I became friends with were like, you know what, nå må du begynne å lære deg norsk. I'm talking only Norwegian to you. I'm stopping to talk English to you. So that was the way to, like, every time I talked to them in English, they would just answer me in Norwegian back.
Right. That is interesting. So did you try to go to the government or anything like that after you got back to your dad's house? Like, hey, I need schooling.
It was after I kicked out when I went to the NAV system. Told them that, hey, I don't have any schooling. I don't have anything to like get a proper job. And then they tried to put me to this kind of thing called voksenopplæring.
Yeah.
For grown-ups to study, and then they put me to this place called Brumunddal, Mølla shopping center. It's like a shopping center on the top. They had a school for all immigrants coming from different countries.
Yeah.
And they put me in a classroom I'm the only white dude. And then I'm like, okay, that's okay. But when I started, like, it went weeks on and people start to ask me, how should I do this task? How should I do this study? It's like, what am I doing here? Like, what? Like, I felt neglected by the system by putting me in a place where all the outsiders are coming here to learn the country and the culture. It's like, no, you could give me a better study system, or at least a one-to-one schooling, because hell, I'm from here. I'm not a refugee.
Yeah. Okay, so
I
you
ended
felt like
up
you already knew all the information they were trying to teach you?
No, but I felt being totally like misplaced and like outsider there.
Right. Okay.
Especially when everyone's trying to tell me and asking me questions about their studies when I don't know why the f am I even there.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So you felt like an outcast in that study, right? So how many years did you have to do that for?
I was just there for a few months before I quit on it.
Okay. After that, what was your next? What did you go on to do then?
Then I went to something called Jobbpraxis, where they put me to different places where you're like supposed to learn how to work. And I ended up just realizing that they're just using me like a robot. And I ended up contacting a kind of a thing called Adecco. It's like where they recruit people and then they get you a job when there's jobs in different departments of different kind of workplaces. So I ended up getting a job at a meat factory here where I worked for around 7 months as a horse. And then there was an opening for a job there, and then I got a friend to help me with my CV and söknads to send in, and then suddenly I got a proper job, 100% 9 to 5 job, but I couldn't live that 9 to 5 work because I couldn't, I've never been a part of it. So I ended up getting in the few years I worked there for nearly 5 years before I needed to sign a paper, because it was like I got one more complaint, or what do you call it? It's like you get 3 warnings when you're at a job, and the third one you get kicked out of your job. So when I got already 2 warnings, they were like, okay, if you sign this piece of paper, at least you will not lose the money that you're getting now through the NAV system, the Norwegian government system. I'm like, okay, you know what? I know that one day I'm not gonna be able to wake up on time, and I might come late, and then I don't have a job plus no money. So I ended up just signing that contract, and ever since I've not had any work. And now the now system put me to a kind of a job company that's trying to get me out to the job market again. And I told them, I told the person that was in that place called Brugg that, hey, this is not the help I really need. I need to get my story out there now. So can I please just put this to the side, and I'm going down to India trip just to make a little documentary and put it out and see what happens from there. Because I didn't expect what happened, like total catastrophe, and I suddenly, everyone knows me in every corner of the world. So no, that was not the plan.
Well, that's super fun. Yeah. So essentially so NAV is just trying to like put you on like any work, and then they'll supplement the government funding with some of that job, I think, because that's what they normally do over there. So they'll put you at like Coop or Kiwi or something like that, which are the national groceries chain stores in Norway often. So I'm actually surprised that they actually went along with you just going to India. So that's actually very cool of them.
Nav didn't have very much to say, because it's that place that was fixing me the job. He was the one like pushing me, you know what, actually this is a good thing, you should go there, because it's a part of you letting go all the past trauma and that you went through, that you really need this, you need to get it out of your system. So that's why he was like, you know what, I'll talk to Nav. And I already bought the tickets, I already fixed the hotel. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Even if Nav says no, I will just go. I don't give a shit about this job. Like I'm going no matter what. So we ended up talking a little. He contacted Nav, and then Nav was like, long as it doesn't make a hindrance in what plans you guys have ahead to get you into a job, we don't mind you leaving. I was like, okay. Then I need to sign some kind of paper that I'm going for this trip, and I was expecting to lose that money for those 10 days I was gone, but it ended up that Nav actually paid me for those 10 days I was in India, so that was very nice of them.
That's actually really cool. I'm stuck now. Yeah, the situation that like you went through, or like the whole story, like we're barely like scraping the surface of it, and I feel I'm just kind of stunned by it. like it's crazy. It's such a crazy story. I really hope you work with either a storyteller or a ghostwriter or something like that, and get a book out on this or something like that in the future, because I think that would absolutely give you some income.
Yeah, because before I left to India, one thing I made sure I did was I writed my story first, and then I contacted some lawyers and some copyrights people, and I made sure that my script and everything is copyrighted. That was like the first thing I did before I started with my documentary, that no one can suddenly steal my story.
Okay. Yeah, if you work with someone on that, I think it can be a really interesting story to post out. And
My eldest brother is on the case at the moment. We're talking with a bunch of people from all around, even one guy that's called, okay, I'm not allowed to maybe name him, but yeah.
Yeah.
A guy from Germany. We're talking to some people from Finland. We're talking to a guy from US. We're talking to 3 different producing companies in Norway itself. So we're trying to find out who can take this vision and the way I want it to be told in a proper way and get the documentary done how it's supposed to be.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. Your brother's helping you with this, and how was his experience when he came back to Norway different? Did he get actual schooling, or is it the same story?
I can't really talk about his life story, because himself, he has a plan of putting out a book when he has retired.
Right. Okay. Interesting. So currently, do you have any relationship with your parents right now?
No.
Okay. So that's just gone.
My mother called me around 4 days back from Finland, and she was saying that she's gonna go to the police station to file a complaint on me. I was just laughing on the phone. I'm like, you know what? File away. What are you gonna go and complain how bad mother you were?
So you got back to so you went from India to Finland, and then your mom said that, oh no, what?
No.
You went from
My
India
mother
to
called me
Norway.
4 days back.
Oh, 4 days ago right now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because
for what?
after
Telling
all
the story?
Stories are out and stuff, and she's like, you know what? I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna send a complaint to the police. I'm like, okay, do what you want.
That is crazy. I am so sorry.
Well, that's just life. I can't do anything about it. But even my eldest brother is like, you know what? If this is gonna go like that, I'm gonna make sure that my side of the story is coming out too. And that's why he's become my manager and stuff. That is like, you know what? We're gonna play this together, because if there's anyone from the family coming after you, they're gonna come after me too. Because he doesn't give a shit. He's a multi-millionaire, so he has lots of money.
That's good for him. And I'm happy that you're not letting this put you down.
I don't let anything put me down. If I've gone through so much I've gone through in life, that good luck for putting me down.
Yeah.
I have lots of problems at the moment, even with other legal battles that have come my way before I left to India to do my story. But it's like, you know what? I have bright, broad shoulders. I can take a lot.
Well, thank you so much for your time and coming on this channel. Do you have anything else you want to share with my audience or say?
I hope the people out there take this seriously and help me out by, if no other means, at least help out with the GoFundMe project I have, because that's going for a very good cause, because I'm going to be using most of that money to get my friends' children through education and stuff down in India.
Okay. So yeah, you currently have a GoFundMe listed. And the goal of raising this, is it first for your documentary, or what's the goal with the GoFundMe?
Around 70 to 80% of that is gonna go directly to helping the children of my friends that don't have any schooling, to get them English schooling, and helping their poverty line to go soaring from where they are now. But in the future, when their kids are gonna be highly educated and have the means to at least get a proper job and stuff, they're gonna be helping their parents too in the future. It's like, I'm thinking of the long run, what's gonna help them the most. Because if you just give them some money, that money is going to disappear. But if you give their kids schooling and get them a proper education, that their family, everything is going to be changed in the future.
This GoFundMe link is in Lasse's bio on Instagram. I'll be linking both his Instagram and his YouTube channel in the description down below of this video. Thank you, Lasse, for your time. And
anytime, man.
We'll probably talk soon, man.
I mean, after hearing the story, I am just sitting here dumbfounded at how crazy it was. It's so sad, but unfortunately his parents just robbed him out of an actual childhood. I mean, the dude deserves so much better. But what I really like about the time I spent with Lossa is it seems like he's just taken this with a stride. He's just making the best out of the cards that he was dealt in life. And I think that's just an extremely admirable thing about him. So again, I will be linking his channel in the description down below and his Instagram, so please go check them out if you want to. And if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed this interview. I know this was a little bit of a different video, but from time to time, I do find things that are so fascinating that I just want to interview and talk to these people because the story is insane. I hope it becomes a book and a movie one day, and I wish Lossa the best of everything. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
It's a bad situation. I don't think bans are necessarily a great thing. Obviously, when it comes to things like CSAM or illegal content, obviously, it's not just bans that should be involved there. It should be cross-regional, cross-international law enforcement work, which should shut down a lot of these networks and combine that with, obviously, educating the masses or teaching parents about parental control so kids don't go and visit them. There should be monitoring on the internet. You shouldn't just give the internet freely to somebody. You should obviously be monitoring at your home level, right? I think all of this really just needs a lot of education, and I don't think states should just get carte blanche access into deciding what you and the rest of the world can access or cannot access. Again, this is a website that I'll call Website X, and it is a disgusting, deplorable website. And I'm not shedding a tear that it's fucking gone, okay? Honestly, it could stay gone for good. But the thing about it is now that we found a way to kill switch the internet, what stops places like Texas or California or New York or any state in the country to issue its own laws and say, hey, now we don't want 4chan to exist, okay? 4chan is on our fucking radar. All of a sudden, you know, instead of even going to the courts or dealing with this in a legal battle where people can actually take these ideas to the, you know, to the judicial system and argue it back and forth, states can just go in and be like, all right, we're just going to go to the actual infrastructure, get a writ, and boom, those sites are gone. You fail to comply with age assurance, well, we can just shut you down, okay? As simple as that. That is a fucking wild, wild thing to see, man. Yeah, we are actually straight up attacking the infrastructure. And honestly, do I expect this to stick around? I would imagine if this goes to places like the Supreme fucking Court, maybe they can overrule this, but that would probably be a case by case. Again, I'm not even a lawyer, right? Like, I don't even fucking know. It just seems like Texas or really any of the Keystone states can push a law in their state, and as long as it passes, which it seems like all over the states it is, then they can use that law to go to the actual non-party infrastructure and just shut things down all over the world. So, wild shit to see. It's weird when you see the internet being policed and governed by individuals that just don't understand the technical infrastructure. And now that the story is sort of public everywhere, Now Website X is known by tons more people than ever before, which means that, you know, if they had viewership beforehand, now they're going to have even more viewership once people who are curious for this kind of stuff start delving deeper and deeper into it. It's just a fucking rabbit hole that can only be addressed by proper, sound, logical thinking. Parenting your kids, and honestly, holding the government to task when they start going way too far. Which it seems like in this case, you have to look at what could happen in the future, right? Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.